Your dreams are a lot more peaceful than I expected.
pleasure to finally make your acquaintance, Doctor of Rhodes Island. I've been eager to meet you ever since Carlin began his relationship with your company. You may call me Gnosis.
Holy shit, that just happened. Aya's model is being weird right now. There we go. That's... No, that didn't. That actually made it worse. Okay, model's still bugging out for me. There we go. Why is it on delete? Oh, wait. Oh, it's because numlock isn't on. There we go. That should be better. Yeah. Calibrated. Just a couple checks. Okay, we're good. But holy shit. 6-star on the very first free pull. But this also means that I won't get Mumu in the first 6 as the first 6-star, which sucks. Which means I might be pulling for a little longer if I don't get a bit lucky. So wish me luck. Here's the free 10 that they gave us. Oh, come on. First one, come on, let's go! 2 in a row! Mumu!
Director of the
Yes!
section at Rhine Lab. Not that I think we need any formal how-do-you-do's, Doctor. After all, we've been friends forever now.
And the pulling stops there. I am happy. I get to save my pulls again! Let's go! I definitely don't have enough materials for Mumu. As much as it hurts me to say.
There really isn't a single fresh thing anywhere across the lands.
Yeah, I don't even have these. Do I have the other chip? Not enough. Kaylee Millis.
Ecology is about filling some
Oh,
dirt,
jeez.
putting some plants and animals on it, then making a profound study about the cyclic relationships between individuals, species, and biocommunities. With the help of innovative research, we can improve the ecosphere or even forge a brand new... Wow, someone clearly knows it all. Because that's an unadorable look you're giving me. Alrighty, let's change topics.
I'm sorry, Mumu. I didn't mean it. Oh, we got Mumu. You know what else we need?
Anti-originium 通信ラインはアクティベートされた。受信、返信、バベル。こちらケルシー、計画にのっとり、元リターニア地区の探査を遂行している。現状では凝結点は確認できていない。ドクター、君の方の状況はどうだ?
Origin has taken over the land. What she envisioned has become a reality. She has enumerated and entrusted everything else to the others, leaving only her name as she hones her mission into a sharp blade. Why wasn't the entrance animation in English? Because it wasn't swapped to English for some reason. We'll fix that right here, right now.
The anti-originium communication lines have been activated. Signal received. Come in, Babel. This is Calcit, exploring the former Lithanian region as planned. No coagulation point found as of yet. What about you, Doctor? What's the situation there?
Amazing. She has 2. What does this one do? When healing allied units with less than 50% HP, increase heal amount by 15%. And healing increased by 15% when healing a ground unit. This one, like, Panacea is just better. Since she'll normally be healing monster. Oh wait, no, all of these are different now.
With the Originium held back by the curtains Rhodes Island has drawn, mankind was able to build the Ark and drag out its feeble existence. Yet the pressures of survival cannot suppress greed and desire. Every faction's leader yearns to become the administrator who holds all the keys. I understand that you pity them for their predicament, but you must decide based on your own judgment. The Ark does not have the resources to maintain unnecessary extended communications, but there will be no restrictions on transmissions between the two of us. Keep the channel open. Inactive Originium solidified and accumulated, while redundant information piled atop itself in layers, giving us a new home. Only because you were there by our side could we delay the awakening of the arrogant master of all creation. All those who survived rely on your aid. They are all very appreciative, and so am I. The people of today may still remember what trees looked like. That is why they can point to Originium clusters and call them an Originium forest. But when we can no longer conceive of trees and woods, the word forest will forever disappear from our languages. If things continue that way, these lands will cease to exist as well. Originium soared through the skies and seized the twin moons, its clusters dispersing into the universe like spores, contacting and assimilating both the living and the dead. This is what's currently happening outside of Terra. Originium is swallowing everything into its body and incubating an all-encompassing chaos. But Terra can still be saved, and only because you remain by our side. Under the curtain, Weaver, symptoms of orypathy have faded into history, yet mankind continues to voice its dissatisfaction. The old order did collapse, but the minds of man remain narrow. Amiya must still go hither and thither to unite them. While she is now an excellent leader, you are still the only one she can rely on.
This definitely seems like not like a past skin, but more like a future skin, because this is talking about how Amiya is a leader now. An excellent one at that.
We can no longer draw meaningful lessons from past experiences. The answers to our questions come not from our collective pool of knowledge, but from innovation and imagination. As you are more proficient than I in those aspects, there is no need to seek my advice on every single matter. Your insights are more important than my opinion here.
I see. She's like, yeah, you're better at this. You don't have to get my opinion, but we still get her opinion. I guess that means we must still be close or something?
You already know how death functions for me, so there's no need to worry about the damage I take. Instead, you should pay more attention to your own condition. The sarcophagus cannot heal the trauma wrought by extreme stress and exhaustion. If there is anything you would like to say, I will listen.
This is definitely a future skin. Come to know the laws governing how death applies to my body. However, me as a player doesn't. I don't understand how death applies to you. I'm assuming that's chapter 12 stuff.
I can hear the crystal cluster surging. The Originium tides will soon dissolve me. Don't give me that look. Take care of Amiya and the city. We can continue to work on those problems the next time we speak. Well then, see you again, Doctor. Scanning. The atmospheric oxygen level is still decreasing. No, let the doctor rest. I will check it out. The anti-Orichnium communication lines have been activated. Signal received. Come in, Babel. This is Calpsit, exploring the former Lithanian region as planned. No coagulation point found as of yet. What about you, Doctor? What's the situation there?
Unless this is talking about everything from the past. But the Amia one doesn't make sense for the skin to be a past skin.
Experiences from before the crystallization age are for reference only. Do not overly rely on them. Formalities are no longer necessary between you and I. You need only keep your promise to maintain the Ark's safe course.
The Ark.
Monster, these tattered lands will one day need you more than ever. Now, with your own voice, say hello to the doctor.
With its own voice? That is something I'd like to hear.
I will correct any flawed decisions that occurred during exploration. Mark the area you need explored. I will arrange for the rest. All units, double-check the status of your anti-Originium equipment. Stick to the plan. Do not throw your life away for nothing. What's your plan? I will synchronize the battlefield data. Executing battle plan. Monster. Never let your guard down before the enemy. Suppressing Originium activity. Follow my orders, Monster. On my mark. Prepare to counterattack. How much time do we have left? I see. I trust your judgment. All units, proceed according to plan. I will hand the report to the doctor. You should be more careful. We can't afford even a single loss. All personnel, retreat to safe zone. Comm permits are transferred to you for now. I will sort out the situation before us. The facilities are fairly well maintained. Seems you are still very fond of your little tricks. Have you ever imagined a future where only you remain?
Ooh.
Arknights, there is still much we can do, Doctor.
Oh. I really like this skin. Ooh. Got some shivers. So, we got anything new? Oh, we've done yours. We're checking for these, by the way. Simulations. Pozemka's simulation. To Right of Sorrow. Oh wait.
Good visibility. I'm ready to fire. Brock. A man I hardly want to reunite with, outside of writing. It's been so long. Bolt pierces deeper than nib on the battlefield.
Your orders. Bolt pierces deeper than nib on the battlefield.
Damn it.
Doctor, evacuate everyone as fast as you can. I'll bring up the rear. Don't mind me. Go! Good visibility. I'm ready to fire.
Wait until she has her skill each time, I think.
A man I hardly want to reunite with, outside of writing. It's been so long. Your orders, please. With pleasure. For a life of peace. With pleasure. Bolt pierces deeper than nib on the battlefield.
I guess that was the wrong location. And it was.
Doctor, evacuate everyone as fast as you can. I'll bring up the rear. Don't mind me. Go!
I understand now, though.
I'll cover my allies. Brock, a man I hardly want to reunite with, outside of writing. It's been so long. Your orders for a life of peace. With pleasure. Abandon resistance now, or I pull the trigger.
There we go.
The battle is over. It's time to return and write, and do something more meaningful than this.
Finish posies. What do you got? No? What does upgrading yours do? Oh, just... oh. Consumes 5 DP to block the next stun freeze effect inflicted and stuns the attacker. We don't actually want that. You don't have one at all. I remember doing yours. Frostleaf. You do have one. Her squad.
Enemy status confirmed. All units, prepare to engage.
All right.
Let's take them all out. This should work.
Freeze! Not one step backward.
Get back!
Freeze!
Oh, that's not right.
I'll hold up the rear.
I think I actually need to pull her back.
Enemy status confirmed. All units, prepare to engage.
All right. Not one step backward.
My bodily fluids aren't the only thing that's chilling. Focus fire!
One more attack, enemy?
You will shatter.
Ah. Maybe I was supposed to wait to use her skill then.
Open fire!
Oh yeah.
Extend my edge. I'll show them what I can do.
So close. Yeah, I gotta save
I'll
her
hold up the
skill for
rear.
the end.
Enemy status confirmed. All units, prepare to engage.
Okay. You'll pay for that. Not one step backward. I'll definitely prove myself this time.
Reduces movement speed and chance to.
Fire! Your orders. My bodily fluids aren't the only thing that's chilling.
Freeze!
There we go.
I remember every enemy I fought. Not a single one escapes.
So that's Frostleaf done. Acid drop. Oh boy.
They'll pay for what they've done. You better run away soon.
こんなダサいミスをするなんて。
They'll
We
pay for what
definitely
they've
need
done.
this here. And this here.
Okay. At your service. Ah!
ワクワクするな。
Locked on.
Got it.
ここだ。ここだよ。
At your service. Of that.
Got it.
Ooh, that was a close one.
チャレンジに成功した瞬間が一番鼻が高いんだ。そうだろ？
Horn still doesn't have one. Rosamontes also doesn't have one. She has this now, though. Attacks deal 3 instances of physical damage to ground enemies in a small area. Second and third are shockwaves that have half the normal attack. She may not be a normal sniper, but that is crazy. W also doesn't have her own. Just 2 of these. Okay, Obi has her own, but she's already finished. I did Jatana's already. Pretty sure I did Ethan's. And then 3 stars. Pretty sure I did all the 3 stars. But I just want to check to make sure. I know I did Lavas. 2 stars. I don't think 1 stars have them. Oh yeah, Dagda. I gotta level you up at some point. That is everyone.
Ascalon forced me to take this bodyguard gig. Pick your job off the ground, Doctor. You'll be seeing a lot more of me for a while.
Oh, it's the trailer again. Might as well. It's too good.
We were born to pursue knowledge. For we were all born with naught. Before we were given a language, our hands reach out without being taught. All are to see. All are to know. We think. We uncover. We theorize. The pursuers then throw themselves to the dark again. Bequests of the old, dotting our land. Enlightened futures they do not grant. Real enlightenment hides within these black thorns of the crystallines. Originium, harbinger of our calamities, herald of our creations.
Mind and emotions.
But a glitter
of our deeds. Time they transcend. Is made acquiescent to all retaliations. I look forward to getting you, Silence. And I hope I have the resources to level you up.
Now we
Pursue at a border again. New fools remain stagnant. Descend as the history drags them. A dome we shall gaze through. It is not the land beneath, but of a world above. New Orders were gone in glares. Newcomers see their vestiges. There's only one mark. The truth. I love that. I love that trailer so much. Oh, it looks so good. CW5. CW5 is when I get silence. Ooh. Okay, just before we start that, I want to check if I have the resources for silence. And we're really looking this, which we have 8 of, so we have plenty, and 6 of these. We are 2 off. But I'm pretty sure we can get 2 from the workshop. Yep. Because we have enough Defender chips. So we can E2 her if we have the materials required. Which also, because I already have the chips. The coming of the future. CWST1. Let's begin. Rain is coming to Tri-Mounts. If in a century or a millennium our descendants walk among the stars, the masses will sing her praises. She sat on a tree stump, humming as she observed the shapes of the clouds above. It was not until her mother called for her that she hopped off and ran towards the voice. The low flight that they were about to take was all too familiar to her parents. Otherwise, they would not have taken her along. Her goggles were strapped on and her seatbelt fastened. As the engines roared, the aircraft began to slide down the runway. The wind brushing her cheeks grew stronger and stronger. Scared, she closed her eyes. Then, her body felt very light. A nauseous feeling gushed through her larynx, and her heart raced to the tip of her throat. She squeezed tightly into her mother's embrace. Fortunately, the feeling didn't last very long. When the aircraft stopped jolting, she slowly relaxed. But she was still afraid to open her eyes. Until her mother lightly tapped her shoulder. She finally found the courage to open her eyes and look around. From this angle, the city where she had lived her whole life felt so foreign and strange. The crowds that she was struggled to squeeze through now looked like tiny insignificant insects. Her mother pointed up, prompting her to look. The sky was so clear and bright. Outskirts of Max, District of Columbia. 1099. Federal Nomadic Prison. Sir, you're sick. What? I'm as healthy as can be. No, I can tell. Alcoholic, crapulent, and insomniac. In this oppressive nomadic prison, surely you haven't had the chance to enjoy much of the finer things in life. You're right about that. I mean no offense. I get the sense that you might need some rest and recreation. Have you been to Siesta, Minos? Please stop making fun of me. No, this is an invitation. Please, choose one. Think of it as a way to kill time as this boring wait drags on. Minos. Ah, Minos. The fruity aroma of its streets rides the wind past its pristine white walls. More importantly, the innate elegance of its beauties will have you reluctant to leave. Alright. I can already imagine the extravagant life you live. I'm green with envy. No, what I'm saying is, it's all prepared for you. All prepared for you. What do you mean? I believe an illness like yours can only be cured in such an environment, and you've been a great help to me across a variety of matters. Men like you deserve the finest of treatments. After a few months, any gloominess clouding your mind will have completely dissipated. You'll be as strong and sturdy as a Minoan craftsman. You may even enjoy a stimulating romantic encounter. Mr. Justin Fitzroy Jr., let me say this again. I'm fine. Please stop toying with me. Please, Mr. Justin was my father. Call me Justin Jr. Alright, Justin Jr. So even business section people at Rhinelab know their medicine? No. I don't know the first thing about medicine. Who would be interested in something so complicated that can affect no visible immediate change? Then what in the world are you talking? I'm sure you're dying to know what kind of illness you have and who spread it to you. Take a look around you and remember. Your superior, that unsympathetic, good-for-nothing judge, and even the old warden, so unpleasant even after he retired. You should have been hailed as a hero after you retired from pioneering, or at the very least enjoyed a comfortable life with a fancy house in a nomadic city on a government stipend. But now? You looked into my background? That's suiting medicine to the illness, sir, and the way I see it. Your situation is hopeless. The remedy I prescribe is a vacation, a luxurious home, bottles of fine wines, beautiful specimens of your preferred gender, and top-notch security service. I don't understand. I know what you came here for. You gonna take that one back with you? If you made it all the way here without trouble, then Rhinelab and the Brass must already have an agreement. What's the point of bribing me now? I need an answer first. Are you willing to take fate in your own hands? Who isn't? Right, which is why you're very unlucky, and also lucky in a way. At the very least, you know the obstacle in front of you and your predicament. For instance, you've always played lackey to someone else. You were deliberately ignored and cast here. You also know what you want. For instance, you've been planning to propose to a certain someone, which got delayed by this trip, right? Oh, I wonder how that proposal would go on the Minoan Plains. Yes, what do you need me to do, Justin Jr.? It's simple. Sell the information on all the prison's special procedures to Rhinelab. I guarantee you'll find the price I'm willing to pay more than attractive. That certainly wouldn't be hard, but you'll be held accountable? We came prepared. I mean it. The old men behind you have a serious appetite. I spent twice my budget to get all of this in order. They've been plenty arrogant the last couple of years, and that won't do. Those greedy, selfish idiots haven't been willing to face facts. What do you think? They're some kind of Ursus or Lathanian nobles? I prefer practical men like you. And so does Rhinelab. So you can make a considerable fortune out of all this. Then you and I can send those stubborn old men to prison. They won't get a chance to turn things around for the rest of their miserable lives. Doesn't that sound nice? You want me to defect? Hold on. Who the heck? Couldn't have picked a worse time. A letter from the bank? I thought I paid it all off. Ugh. Justin Jr., this money? Did I forget to mention? My bad. Seems I'm not fit to be a doctor. This is your first course of treatment. So much. And the most effective cure for your diseases, power and wealth. I guarantee it will get to the root of the problem on behalf of Rhinelab. I understand. Pleasure to work with you, Justin Jr. The pleasure is mine. Let me ask one more thing. Is Rhinelab full of men like you? No. They're all freaks. The freakiest you'll ever seen. But I'm cool with freaks. Like the one we're looking for today. It's all ready, sir. Good. After all that effort, I finally get to meet our famous freak. Please don't forget what we talked about. I hope you'll be at my cocktail party in Trimonts next month as my personal guest. No invitation necessary. Ex-Wanderer, hey! I have a class, I'm just gonna say have a good stream, ta-ta. Thank you. Glad you stopped by. She stood in the center of the day in her parents' funeral. People came and went around her. One after another, men she didn't know offered her condolences in front of her parents' portraits. A science journal's editor-in-chief, high-level government official, a legendary investor in the finance world, the representative of a technology conglomerate. All of them looked on, so saddened. Saddened that the genius inventor, husband, and wife brought the world of science to new heights, only to both die young. None of them could understand. They couldn't understand why, when this era-defying technology, flight, had just taken off. Why would they waste their energy and effort on something as meaningless as reaching the highest altitude possible? All of them were furious. Furious that, with the death of their rights, the government-sponsored planes became a laughingstock, and their enormous investments had all gone down the drain. One by one, the guests all left. She alone stood in front of her parents' grave and lifted her head up to look at the clear sky. Yet it was so dark and gloomy. The light is blindingly bright. Past the passageways' dark shadows, the uncharacteristically bright lights kept Justin Fitzroy Jr. from opening his eyes. The brightly glowing laboratory is right. Exactly the same as the one in Trimount. Justin Jr. takes 2 steps to feel things out and finds his attention instinctively drawn to the equipment so clean and shiny that there's light reflecting off it. How much did this cost to build? They built all of this just for one man's sake? Deep in an area of the laboratory, untouched by light, an old man whose face is hidden guards a ratio as ancient as himself. This is a prison? You call this a prison? God damn. Kirsten built a whole replica lab here just for you? She thinks really highly of you, doesn't she, convict number 30? You aren't the regular liaison, but I've seen your face. You're a Rhine Lab director? Well, that's just hurtful. I played no small part in expanding the company to its current size in such a short period of time. How could Kirsten not have told you about me? I have no interest in people like you. I'm a sick, crippled man. What do you want from me? Don't talk like that. I've read your file. You were extraordinary if it wasn't for... Sorry, I'm pretty sensitive about the past. Oh, alright. But I'm really curious. What is it that Kirsten wants you to accomplish so badly? She went through all this trouble. She didn't tell you? Which means you have no need to know, boy. This isn't the first time Science Freak has mocked me. Well, no biggie. My job here is to take you away. Looks like your little project has moved on to the next stage. She needs you there in person. It's about her survival plan. So you do know, you sly little punk. All I know is Kirsten has had you working on something to do with Originium and the human body. It's not my area of expertise, but at the very least I know one thing. Rhinelab's controller is not a coward who fears death, and she definitely has no illness that needs healing. Which means there's something else going on here that's making her desperate for a way to extend her life. Some kind of extreme circumstances. You're a smart one. No wonder she chose you to bring me out of this place. But you'll have to wait a little longer. It's almost time for the Vice President's speech. Speech? You're into politics now? No, today is going to be an interesting day. Patience is a virtue, kid. Now we still have to introduce ourselves. I'm... Loken Williams. It's a pleasure. I'm Justin Fitzroy Jr., Business Section Director at Rhine Lab, an outsider to the world of science and technology. I'm only here to bear witness to history, sir. Dear Colombians of Trimounts, this is your Vice President. Oh. Conrad Jackson. Alright, give me one sec. Alright. I'm sure many of us are confused by today's press conference. Before I explain anything, I'd like to have a chat with you all. Do any of you feel that on our Terra today, it's gotten hard to focus just on the cities or even the country in which we reside? There is more and more to be proven. Exchanges between nations have become more frequent, and likewise conflicts and confrontations have become more intense and unavoidable. So I want to ask all of you. Colombia has only be around for a handful of decades, but our history is already as rich as any other nation's. What is it that we have used to achieve this? It's our thirst for knowledge that drives us to explore the boundaries and depths of science. It's the pioneering spirit that flows in the veins of every single Colombian. That's my answer. That's our answer. And to maintain these two things, we are always willing to pay the price, no matter how high it may be. What is Jackson talking about? The next election is right around the corner. He hasn't really done anything the last couple of years, so he's probably anxious. Paying a high price? He's not exactly off to a great start. In this city of technology, Tri-Mounts, there are over a dozen special plates. On those plates, we're working tirelessly on countless research projects. We're developing, discovering, and guaranteeing our future way of life. Many of you are here participating in those projects, and I am very proud of you. In just 2 weeks, we will announce an achievement that is truly the greatest among them. It will change the landscape of international relations. It will allow us to seize the initiative to never again to fear any storm across any land. It will be Colombia's first step into a new era. First step into a new era? I heard Jackson was already a famous orator and activist back in college. And now he's holding a press conference in Tri-Mounts. You know what that means, right? Let's cut to the chase, Colonel Blake. You need my help, and I need yours. This is easy. Help, yeah, sure. Super weapon crafted specifically to keep that damn shard of Londinium in check. Who knows how much money the military poured into that thing. But now Kirsten and all the techs on the project have disappeared without a trace overnight. And that, what does the handbook call that big ring again? Hammer? Damn it, how does she hide such a big thing? The military is being pretty gentle as it is, not surrounding the city with an entire fleet of high-speed battleships, and this is what I'm here for. I have to admit, Kirsten really took me for a ride this time, but what reason do I have to believe that a failure like you can take care of this problem? There are lots of companies in Colombia that can rival Rhinelab. There's nothing stopping us from taking a military approach and handing everything over to some other place. You're right, Colonel Blake. I failed, but I'm no fool. If the military were really that hardy, you would have done this a long time ago. You army guys were never the meek humanitarians that you're trying to play. And I, the former Director of Energy, know Rhinelab. With my help, whatever you end up doing will go much smoother. Especially if you want to take care of this quickly and as quietly as possible. Why should I trust you again? Is there anyone easier to keep in check than a failure with nothing to his name? I never thought there would come a day when you called yourself a failure. Ferdinand, why are you so fixated on this? Always high and mighty, never revealing her secrets, she threw everyone's hard work and achievements under the bus, sacrificing the whole of Rhinelab. Kirsten doesn't have the right. No one does. Alright, that's the most convincing thing you've said today. Hallway outside Control's office. Rhinelab Tri-Mounts. I don't actually like this feeling a whole lot. Too quiet. The air is so chilly and dry, and the light's awfully cold. No idea what's up ahead either. Things weren't so lively back in the day. Most of the time everyone was just busy with research. We rarely ever saw each other, but after meetings we'd party and get drinks, pad the table legs with the project reports we'd just finished. I miss that feeling. The feeling of being accepted. The feeling that we're making a difference. That our work had purpose. You have to feel nostalgic for that too, don't you? Kirsten. You can stop dragging your gross tail across the floor? Nobody's coming clean today. Cool heck. Oh, so you come here to cry your eyes out, huh? Guess I should have stayed hidden a little longer. So, good morning here in C. This is one of the greatest events of Arknights by far. I know it's one of the greatest events. I don't know why, so don't spoil. However, I do know that it answers a lot of questions and some mysteries we've had for a while, including how Arknights and Arknights Enfield will connect. Because I heard that's probably one of the reasons that it's connected. And I'm pretty sure that's why we got more Enfield news towards the end. Or like when we were going to get this event, that's why we got information on Enfield. Which also we should be getting more news. We should be seeing the last character on the website by tonight, I believe. So I'm looking forward to that. But welcome, Death Scythe. Guess I should have stayed hidden a little longer. Were you waiting for me? Mm-hmm. Then why are you standing all the way over there? I've got to be careful. A kid who lost her parents might have a pretty bad temper. Besides, I thought you already had a water clone ready the moment I stepped into the room. Still don't like that character. Oh. Mumu agrees. Enfield is connected to LoneTrail, but I cannot disclose because it's a massive lore drop and spoilers that I would rather have you to dive in. And that is the plan. And I appreciate it. This is a great image, by the way, and I'm on Mumu's side. Also, if you're curious, Death Scythe, I got Mumu in 2 pulls. not 2 10 pulls. 2 pulls. My first pull was Gnosis. Right off the bat. Never had him before, now I have him. My second pull was Mulesies. I used the 10 roll for her. The free 10 roll that we got. But she was the first pull of the 10 pull. So I got her in 2 rolls. 2 single rolls. So I'm happy. I don't need to spend anything on this banner anymore. Because I don't care about Hulhaiek and I don't care about the 5-star. I only wanted Mumu, and I got Mumu. But, story. Let's get back to it. Since I'm found out, I might as well drown you right away and stuff you into a dead power armor. Do it! Oh, I didn't know you're such a vengeful elf. A Maylander agent infiltrating this place, huh? What are you up to? Infiltrating? Think again. Would Control's office be that easy to infiltrate? Can I get out of here? The elf and a snake, a terrifying calamity? No, you're not allowed to leave. You're stuck in here with me. Are you working for Control? What kind of deal do you two have? And what she's got you doing for her? But if you need to go, that's fine. You don't need to stay if you don't want to. But still great picture. Even though one's a water clone, I'm still on the clone side. Let's go, Mumu, kick her ass. Are you betraying the Maylander Foundation for this? Kukulkan. So she is one of those. Oh. So many questions. Why don't you ask Kirsten yourself? You're so close to her. I'm sure she'd tell you. Right. You're at the end of your rope. Why else would you expect to find Control in her office? Huh. Same. 250,000 random RSA for Executor, Alter, and Typhon, not to mention Aya Alter. I'm saving all the way to Aya Alter. Because not only do I want Aya Alter, but I want Swire Alter because she's gonna help me with my niche knights. Kirsten really asked you to come? If I told you I invited myself here, would that make your heart ache more? She doesn't have the time to deal with you right now. Perhaps she's already sick of all your backstabbing and all your distractions. Maybe she never had a place for you in her plans. Whatever you want to think. That's not your place to say. I'm just trying to remind you out of the kindness of my heart, or pity, if that's how you want to see it, that you should try to not be so tense. Don't you think you know her better than I do, Kukulkan? I've known her a lot longer than you have. Maybe I don't understand her, but I know what it is she's trying to do. It's hard to blame someone for grasping at straws when they're desperate. But if you get in the way... Next time, I'll really kill you. Swire's the solution because she throws money. Swire's the solution because she's a fast redeploy. In a way. The dreadful Liberi has vanished. Aside from the droplets of water on the sofa, the fight earlier might have never happened. Oh. The door closes. Mulesies doesn't try to give chase. There's no telling how much truth there was to Hu Hayek's words, but her presence alone already explains a lot. She should ask Kirsten directly. That is why she came here today, and she still has many other questions. Kirsten. There is no one here to answer her. Mumu's voice echoes throughout the empty office. Her shadow is split into two halves by the wall, like two people standing at a branching path. When and where did this all begin? Everything that once was has changed, yet she knew nothing about it. This familiar room, this familiar hallway both seem so foreign to her now. She hates this feeling. It's just like the time after she was born, when she realized for the first time that she was all alone in the world. On the day of Rhinelab's foundation, everyone had faith that this was the starting point of a company destined for greatness. The idea made everyone nervous. It cheered them all up. It put smiles on their faces. It kept them up at night. She and Saria chatted about the future on the balcony until the next day's beaming sunrise shone directly into their eyes. At that moment, she thought that she, Saria, and all of these people would walk with Rhinelab forever. It was an unrealistic notion. When topics like profit, conflict, and misunderstanding piled onto her desk one after another, she couldn't help but laugh. What exactly is confining mankind? She lifted her head to look at the sky. It was so ugly. Rest stop, Trimon's outskirts, roughly 18 miles from the city center. Hi there. 4 large cheese dogs. Extra cheese. You got it. Coming right. Holy shit, bro. What the heck is this? I caught some kind of disease when I was a kid. It's only because of the exoskeleton that I'm still alive. Sorry for spooking you. Spooking me? Hell no. That looks so cool. Oh, it's got to do with the Trimon's tech companies? No wonder. The gizmos they pump out are evolving so fast. Something like that. My bad. That was probably rude of me, acting so surprised. I'm used to it. Mind if I smoke here? You can still smoke? That's amazing. So empty here. The road doesn't get much traffic, does it? Just today, when the vice president came through not long ago, the traffic jam was miles long. Maybe it's weather. Here, your hot dog. That's some appetite you got, bro. Take a seat wherever you want. Not like there's anyone else today. Thanks. Hot dog, huh? Colombian fast food really is really making strides. Well, it's all the same to me. So why are they called hot dogs again? Anything to do with the Peros? What the? Holy shit. Kaltzit's here, all of a sudden. It was the first wave of Bavarian settlers who introduced this particular food item to the Colombian masses. This type of sausage sandwich was frequently sold in night competition arenas at food carts attended by scantily clad Pero females or well-built Pero males. And with the passage of time, this food item came to be known as the hot dog in Colombian parlance. Passage of time, huh? Funny how things can turn out just because of time. Want one, miss? My treat. No, thank you. The years really haven't been kind. When I still had a sense of taste, my appetite was probably a dozen times what it is now. I guess that's how things turn out with the passage of time. I envy a young lady like you. Young. I wonder how many things on Terra are built atop this passage of time. Everything is. I guess you're right about that. It's been a while, Dame Kaltzit. When was the last time we met? The day of Teresa's ascension ceremony after the war was over. Most Sarkaz who still had a lingering nostalgia for Kazdel were there. You were no exception. What should I call you now? Tin Man. That's what my co-workers call me. It's an apt descriptor, and not like the names have much meaning to me anymore. You represent the Maylander Foundation. I do. A powerful revenant. An once powerful revenant. And besides, you know that the TKAs are closely connected to every corner of the world, and the Colombian plains are no exception. Or would it make you feel better if I told you the whispers of hatred still kept me up at night, and that I can't wait to turn into a flying fortress and fly straight back to Kazdel? No. So the Maylander Foundation noticed Rhodes Island long ago. This isn't the first time that you've showed up on Columbia's radar, even if it's the last time was just a minor legal dispute. Was that in Toronto or someplace else? Rhodes Island is still a young organization. You know who it belonged to and what course it is taking. I'm not trying to talk you into giving up, but based on our agent's intel, too many old friends are mixed up in this mess. A fair amount of them are your old friends, too. I have no issues with Rhodes Island getting involved in this, so long as you hear Maylander's thoughts first. So this event has to be between Arc 2 and Arc 3, whenever Arc 2 decides to end. But since we started at Chapter 9, and CN got Chapter 13, that is only 4 chapters worth of story. If we are going by arcs from the list that we have Arc 0, 1, and currently 2, and 13 would technically finish that arc, the Arc 2. If we are going by Arc 1 is Part 1 and Part 2, then CN just finished Part 1 and they still have another 4 chapters to go before we finish another arc. Which is insane. So, who knows? Questions. Also, I'll be right back. I need to go to the restroom. Alright, I'm back. No issues with Rhodes Island get involved as long as you hear Maylander's thoughts first. Is it thoughts you want Rhodes Island to hear, or demands? Regardless, personally speaking, I do hope we're on the same side this time, Dame Calcit. I understand. Are those girls yours? The Tin Man lifts his head up to gaze at the bottom of the dark clouds. Not far away, a pure white feline and a fire-red Savra sit on a bench. Savra girl enthusiastically tries to tell something to her buddy, But her buddy simply stares at the sky, seemingly paying no attention whatsoever. She is thinking about the past. She seems to know why she received that letter and why she had to come back to the country, but she actually doesn't understand it all that well. She's simply thinking there are things you have to face sooner or later. Rosmontis! And Ifrit? Oh my god. She's really dressed for the occasion. I should remember this place, but I don't think I wrote it down. Why didn't I write it down? Do I need to remember this place? Duh, you don't remember anything. No matter what I ask you. This sucks. Do you remember? Me? Of course I remember. This is Columbia. I've been here, and I hear you've been too. Yeah, to be experimented on. Oh, I remember them. I see now. It's a cruel twist of fate, Calcit. But you'll have children so young face their fate head on? This is their decision. I have no right to intervene. Yep, that Ifrit? Yeah. It sure is. Calcit silently looks at Tremont shrouded in dark clouds in the distance. Its tall skyscrapers remain under the thick, dark clouds, its base hidden by the fields around them. Likewise, the Tin Man lifts his head. Up in the sky above the city and the entire lands, at an unreachable altitude that mankind has dreamt of reaching for thousands of years. A burning fireball is tearing through the skies like a falling star. Ifrit, do you want to hear a story? Tin Man, I didn't like you when you screw me on IS-2. I don't remember when he was in IS-2. Obviously you do, though. Story. Alright. Today's story takes place in a beautiful city in Sargon. Then again, I never actually finished all the endings in IS-2. There was once a well-respected king, loved by his people. But when he finally grew old, he had an anxious look on his face, never coming down for even a second. He gave it to all to rule his city, but he found that not one thing in the city would bear his mark forever. His statues would crumble, and his legends would fade. People forget too easily. In the final days of his life, he eagerly hoped for there to be something that could truly symbolize the whole legacy to ensure that it would be told for generations to come. And so, he asked his wife. He hoped to find this treasure with her together. They searched all over the lands and found a bottomless pit of gold, clothing that restored youth, a magic mirror that allowed its user to change races at will, a sword that could rend mountains, and a treasure map that led to mythical realms. None of these were what the king wanted. They were all too specific, and the desires they bore were too strong. The old king did not think any of these could represent his legacy. This left the queen stricken with grief. She prayed to the night skies that her husband would get his wish. Finally, hearing her faithful prayers, a star arrived in the mortal realm. Ifrit stares blankly at the blazing red tail sweeping through the sky. She suddenly recalls a story out of the thousands that silence has told her. Legend has it, there is always hope whenever wherever a star so happens to land. The differences that divide mankind are mended the moment the star reaches the ground, and everyone's wishes are to be fulfilled at once. Will a star come falling down? There's no time to think. Time is flying by. I wish for... Stopping right there. How dare you? I wonder if the background image will change the farther we go to the right. I think that would be pretty cool. It might. What? You know, it sucks. Today is also Lunacord Day, but this came out, so I was like, well, I'm gonna be doing that. But the unfortunate thing is, instead of next week when they actually do the gathering for the MSQ campaign, like choosing who gets to go on the mission, they're doing it today instead of the actual mission day. They're also doing the story discussion this week instead of next week, so I'm gonna be so behind, and I won't be able to go on the mission, so that sucks in many ways. I was looking forward to that because I haven't been able to go on a single story mission this entire storyline. Because I already had this planned out. That's not the right team I wanted to go with. Right on time. The Liberty steps out onto the rooftop of a tall tower and looks up at the sky. From this high vantage point, the faint, sharp screech is concealed by the sound of the wind, while the faint spot of light rapidly expands in her eyes. Her thick tail dexterously and rhythmically sweeps back and forth, a graceful measure to which the Liberty can compare the invisible grid of the city beneath her. Now let's see. Just where will this star land in Trimonts? Districts 2 and 5 are primarily residential. 11's new industrial campus is under construction. Let's hope it won't be central. That place is packed with office buildings like the dime a dozen canned fins you get at the supermarket. And it's a work day. Those offices are going to be full of people. Well, you really figured out where to land this experiment of yours. Or maybe you just never cared how much of a racket this might cause. Either way, you planned this far ahead. Things are getting more and more interesting, Kirsten. Confirmed. The Triton Factory in District 13. Still don't have Scotty Alter and Rose Montes. My situation sucks. That does suck. Scotty Alter was like one of the first and one of the last limited banners I pulled until I pop 5'd. It was the only banner I pop 5'd because I regretted it after. Though the small bonuses that you get and her attack increase was nice. I spent a little too much money while I was working a less paying job than I am now. Liberty leaps from the tall tower. Also when I wasn't streaming Arknights. Oh. She blew on my face. Ah. That's a big yawn. Didn't you sleep well? Oh, didn't sleep well. Tri-Mountains Hotel really care about guest privacy, huh? This is how a Ryan Lab director welcomes a guest. I wanted to see you. That's why I'm here. You saved me from the power armor, and I brought you breakfast. Fair's fair, right? That's the breakfast combo from the cafe at Ryan Lab HQ. They only sell 100 of those a day. Okay, don't give me that look. You're a grumpy Gus in the morning, huh? It's Saria you want to see, right? Well, I haven't been able to contact her, but if she isn't here, then then coming to you won't help. Anyway, take a look at this. Oh, she came to see me. This just in, Tri-Mountains. An explosion occurred this morning at the Triton Chemical Plant, number 3 in District 13. The specific cause of the explosion is still unknown, but the authorities' preliminary conclusion is that laboratory staff made a fatal error leading to the construction machinery on site exploding. A large stockpile of catalysts and reagents are stored at Triton Chemical Plant 3, and to keep the chemicals from leaking out and causing more catastrophic damage, the military and government authorities are currently cleaning up the site. As of right now, all of District 13 is under temporary lockdown. Entry and exit from the district is being heavily restricted. Citizens are asked to cooperate with the ongoing work there. The government has not responded to requests for comment, and it is not known at this time whether the lockdown in 13 will affect Vice President Jackson's time in Tri-Mount. Does this have to do with Ryan Lab too? I don't know the specifics. But if you, or should I say Rhodes Island, are here, considering how much Saria trusts you, there's no way you would ignore big news like this. Okay, Doctor. You've got some new visitors. I'll see you very soon. See ya. So that was a clone after all. Ifrit! Rise and shine, Doctor. You big dumbass. Rise and shine. Never change. Ifrit, who brought you here? Calcit. Long time no see, Doctor. Talopsis has already returned to the landship with Elena for a checkup and treatment. Mechanist is currently on a new mission. From here on, I will be accompanying you. And me, and also Rosemontis. The floaty feline girl apparently entered the room at some point. She stands next to the window and listens quietly to your conversation. She gazes at you in your room. Behind her, there are pure white clouds floating gently across the clear Trimontian sky. Don't be mad, Doctor. I asked Calcit to bring me along. I was invited by someone. I will explain more about what's going on later. Seeing as you have the TV on, it seems you already know about District 13. The explosion wasn't caused by some careless lab technician. Something fell from the sky. We need to get to the bottom of this. Yes, Saria has already gone to investigate. As for you, I need you to get out of bed and wash up. Alright. I'm on it. I live there. Who the hell are you to stop me from going home? What gives you the right to lock the place down anyway? Is this even legal? Do you have anything in writing? I'm supposed to take your word for it that this is an emergency. Silence. I'll be out in 10 minutes. I just need to head back for some documents. Our clients are waiting in the conference room. Sorry, but I need to see your clearance. Interesting. I was gonna watch Saria to see what she's up to. I never expected to find this little bird making her way here. Right. That's the little researcher from the Diabolic Crisis. Scouting the area with a drone from a dead angle while hiding in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity. Not bad. But the army has soldiers watching every single alley. It won't be so easy for you to break through their checkpoints. That said, I haven't the slightest idea what you can do, but you might just be able to give those baddies a little trouble. So I'll give you a hand. Still don't like you. What are you blabbing about? Nothing. The package is recovered. It'll be delivered right away. As you've no doubt heard on the news, it's just one factory that had an accident. Why is an entire district on lockdown? If you guys are actually worried about the chemicals, why aren't you wearing protective equipment? Why are you people still allowed to come and go? No one is buying your beach shit. This is about the whole industry campus upgrade project. If it falls through, who's gonna pay? Hurry up and let me buy. No pushing. My arm. Why can't I move? Somebody broke through the cordon. How come the comms aren't working either? I'll buy the 6-star selector ticket in the store pack. That is where I can get Saria. Good as time as any. Speaking of the devil. Your clearance, Miss Saria? You know me? She looks so good, too. Former defense director of Rhinelab. Your reputation precedes you here in Tri-Mounts. So I can't enter District 13. Not just you. If you don't have clearance, please leave. You. Relax. Stow your weapon. Your face, your hands, you... It's the same all over. I may look scary, but it's just an exoskeleton. I work for the Maylander Historical Association. Currently part of the Vice President's entourage as the secretary. Here's my authorization. Miss Arya here is the subject matter expert we invited along. Maylander, huh? You people are always so strange. Go talk to your superiors. We want to get a better grasp of the situation. Give me a minute. Looking at your attire, it seems you don't plan on bringing your shield along. No, I just determined that I might need to apply full force to whatever is coming next. Full force, huh? That phrase carries a weight far heavier than usual coming from the former director of the Rhine Lab Defense Section. Seems like I did make it in time. Our last meeting must have been at Hayden Pharmaceuticals, Detective. We talked so much that I forgot to slide you and Mulesies a free pint of draft beer on your last visit. I know just how powerful the Maylander Foundation is, but I was still surprised when I heard the news from Calcit. How did the two of you know each other? We're just old friends. So what role is the Maylander Foundation playing in our current situation? Saria, are you interested in politics? Decidedly not. So do I really need to answer that question? The Colonel is en route to his meeting with the Vice President. Your identities have been verified and the Colonel has authorized your entry to District 13. But we're conducting an emergency investigation to evaluate the hazard posed by the chemical leaks. So you won't be allowed near the Triton Chemical Plant 3. That's where all this went down. We'll also arrange an escort party to go with you, to provide any necessary help. No problem. We will go with your arrangements. Phew, made it in. Next, I keep two drones in the air 100 meters apart to survey the situation. The Triton factory should be right up ahead. I hope the stealth combat tactics I learned from Rhodes Island will come in handy here. Let's take it slow. Will I really find any leads on the transmitter here? A batch of transmitter has gone missing? That's right. To be more precise, it was a batch of experimental materials, with said transmitter included, that was supposed to be shipped together to HQ for disposal. So someone stole it. And it's very likely to be someone within Rhine Lab. Silence, I'd like you to head to Trimonts and help me investigate this. Me? I need to remain at Site 359 to cooperate with the military investigation, so I'll be stuck here for the time being. So this is literally right after Dorothy's vision. Are you going to negotiate with them? Don't worry, as much as I don't enjoy this stuff, I'm still capable of it. I'm a Rhine Lab director, after all. I'm more worried about this batch of missing transmitter becoming the catalyst of someone else's ambitions. You will love CW8. It's like bowling ball on steroids. We probably won't be getting to CW. Is that actually called CW, not LT? Normally they put the initials for of the event for the names of the stages. But if it is CW, then yeah, we probably won't get to it today, because I doubt I'll be reading all of it in one sitting. So can you do it? Well, Silence, you're a student of Director Parvis, and yet you showed up here at Site 359. I had some doubts, but now I get it. He came here to ask for my help. Or maybe you wanted to know if the director of Virginium Art is trustworthy. I'm sorry. No need for apologies. I did come close to doing something awful. I should be thanking you, Silence. But at the same time, this is why I'm asking for your help. You are beholding only to your own standards, and looking for your own answers. But even if I hadn't asked you, you still would have returned to Trimon's, right? Yes. Oh no, why are there suddenly a lot more men on patrol? Shit, find anything over there? I searched a couple alleyways over on the side. Nothing. The colonel's about to meet the vice president, so we have to play nice and let those two in. We were supposed to stick close to them. How did they lose us so quickly? They were walking so leisurely the whole time, and then they vanished behind a fence when I blinked. We really underestimated that fellow all covered in iron. Maylander's people are always so tricky. I'll go report the situation at the brass. Take the boys with you and continue the search. Right. Send more hands over to the factory, too. Your reflexes and stealth skills are admirable, Mr. Detective. You flattered me. Even if we can manage them, it's better to shake them off our tail than to outright knock those sycophants out. We're here. Trident Chemical Plant number 3 is right up front. They've already cordoned off the perimeter and deployed heavily armed soldiers at every possible location. Quite the impossible task to get any closer. We're close enough for a clear view. Zarya's gaze travels over the throng of people and past the striking yellow barriers, landing on the factory behind. The once smooth factory building has been demolished beyond recognition, with scorch marks scrawled by heaps of debris scattered all over. A series of explosions have eroded the facade, leaving only the interior foundations that give her a clear view. In the center of the factory lies a huge ring, like mechanical structure diagonally embedded in the ground like an outrageous art installation. The source of the explosion. What have you found? Neither the shape nor the mechanical structure of the object hints at its purpose, but it's clearly a device not meant to be used on land. It fell from the sky. We're too far away to discern any concrete details, but what can be confirmed at the very least is, this thing has the mark of Rhine technology. To be precise, it has Kirsten's handwriting all over it. I'm sure of that. Horizon Arc Project. What? I'm surprised you not heard the name, given your position at Rhine and your relationship with Kirsten. I'm glad I didn't get spotted. Uh-oh. There really was one here. It's gone. Dorothy was right. Transmitters react to each other. It wasn't too difficult to catch them with the one she gave me. But there's too few of them. Dorothy said there was more. Could they be nearby? Wait. This is the Triton factory. The colossal ruin lies before her. Just how many injuries or casualties happened in there? Silence recalls the news not mentioning any numbers relevant to that question. She recalls the destruction at Site 359. It was difficult for her to even picture what it looked like before the ruins. Was that Saria? Who was that with her? Saria, do you have something to do with this too? Do you know where we're going? We're headed to Saria's stronghold in Trimonts as part of our arrangement with her. Saria, it's been ages since I saw her. But if you need to talk to Saria, you two are going to be busy, right? I guess she won't have the time to talk to me. You and Rosemontes will stay with the doctor. Tell me what you did on the way here. Oh, right. When the star came falling down, I was telling Rosemontes a story that Silence told me before. You still remember it, right? You weren't writing any of it down. Yep, I still remember. That night, it seemed the entire city heard the Queen's prayers and the sound of her tears splotting onto the sand. In the end, the Queen passed out in the high tower of the palace. The Queen's faithfulness reached the hearts of the stars. One after another, they soared through the skies and came before the old king. The old king was swallowed by the endless surge of brightness. Within it, he saw a light that he had never seen or dreamed in his entire life. The next morning, the Queen awoke to find a huge hole that appeared on the palace roof. And the old king, who passed away hours ago, stood with a smile still lingering on his now stiffened lips. Were the stars brought here by her prayers? The stars made her wish come true, and they took her lover with them. Ooh. Oh, it is called CW.
All operators must maintain strict discipline.
I'm listening. I know what to do. Don't order me around. Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
This will keep you quiet.
I'm only going to be using my niche, so the only other one I can use is Scotty. I'm going to try at least to use only my niche because I forgot to switch my team.
Don't keep trying to sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
So far, Inez is doing a pretty good job.
Bad luck. You ran into me. Need speed to succeed.
Better safe singing a song. My torturous nightmare.
I know what to do. You can't hide your fear.
By your command. Mission accomplished.
Inez was very close to soloing this entire stage. Also, I noticed that there's -1 block in these enemies, and my niche is going to have a fit. I'm gonna have a fit because of my niche. Colonel, sorry to keep you waiting for half an hour. I'm the one who should apologize, Mr. Vice President. Your schedule in Tri-Mounts is packed, and I heard from the Secretary Pavard you had to cancel a meeting on account of my sudden visit. The military's response to the District 13 incident has been quick. It has also been intense. You had just been given a powerful, rousing speech for the masses. This couldn't have happened at a worse time. By the looks of things, this is more than a little accident on your end as well. I'm just saying, it's still too soon to reveal the Horizon Arc project to the public. Which is why we would like you to cancel the rest of your itinerary and leave Tri-Mounts. And we'll take care of these accidents as soon as we can. Colonel, I understand what you're asking. But my schedule isn't going to change. In fact, I'm going to extend my stay in Tri-Mounts. In my last meeting, I decided I'm going to Rhinelab to enjoy a fruitful dialogue with our exceptional researchers. We're one Columbia, Colonel Blake. We're one Columbia, Colonel Blake. We're all ready to give something for our country. But with all the technological pioneers gathered in this city, they form the bedrock of Columbia's technological development. It's no exaggeration to say that they're shaping the future of our country. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Even on the assembly lines of our nation's most developed munitions plants, it takes a day and a half to produce a single shell to spec. And that doesn't include the time it takes to send it out into the field to give the men some real practical time on the thing. Take a step back, Colonel. The more we find ourselves facing super weapons that can change the world, like that Arc 01, the more composed we have to be. This is Colombia, not Sargon, not Bolivar. There we go. That's the right one. These past few years, the armed forces, or more accurately, the Department of Defense, has continued to explore the nation's military capabilities. As a whole, progress has been fairly steady. From the President's perspective, this is a good thing, and he is glad to see it happen. However, given the shifts in national dynamics in recent years, particularly the re-emergence of Victoria's Shard, a number of things have changed. Such a terrifying superweapon has erased the concept of distance. All our ground defenses will be rendered useless, and the dust brought about by the storm may well fall upon our pillows at any time. This is definitely after Chapter 12. The voices within the Department of Defense have grown increasingly hawkish, and a number of troubling signs have already appeared. They were hedging their bets on the research and development of similar era-defining strategic weapons. And that's how Kirsten caught the military's eye. Don't tell me anything about Chapter 12, I'm not there yet. Correct, Kirsten became the military corps technical advisor. In a very short period of time, she submitted the proposal for the Horizon Arc project, planned the construction of the Arc-01 superweapon, and quickly began its implementation. The military has devoted a vast amount of resources to it, and as such, Ryan Lab has enjoyed greater policy science support for quite some time now. This is why Ryan has been able to stand head and shoulders above many other tech companies and Trimounts. According to the information we have on hand, the construction of Arc-1 required digging complex shafts, as well as erecting a hammer at our aircraft's altitude limit. A monumental project indeed, and the military has spared no expense on the effort. I imagine the man in front of you who fell from the sky was part of this project. Sorry, his eyes shift from the factory ruins to the sky above her. Using the sky as an intermediary transfer node. We don't know the specific conceptual design or how it's implemented. Using the sky as a transfer node to focus or redirect an enormous amount of energy, so as to achieve a powerful strike over extreme distance. In theory, that is indeed possible. But would Kirsten really help the military construct a superweapon? That is a question. Looks like you didn't get the answer you wanted. I knew from the beginning. This just makes it more apparent. A good politician would never rush to make his stance clear. At least for now, they don't want us taking over the project that fast. And how do they intend to do that? It's simple. All they need to do is delay. If we say that efficiency is the pursuit of scientific research, then Ferdinand, delay is a preferred tool of these politicians. When the Singh's administration first entered negotiations in Congress to reclaim the Woods Company logging camp, virtually no progress was made in 3 years. It took the latter party losing control of that area. They want to delay until we have our hands full, until we lose faith in that damned Horizon Arc project, until it doesn't matter anymore. You've already been on site, right? What are your conclusions? It was indeed the test flight of Arc-01's hammer. The sky appears clear, but it is far from being a safe haven. Kirsten will need to test the new pressure and navigation system, a trial and error process that may need more than one flight. I'm more curious about the military-controlled shaft at the bottom of Arc-1. Where did Kirsten launch a beast of that size? The hammer's black box still hasn't been found? By tracing its routing data, we can triangulate the position of the launch site and locate Kirsten. When will they add fan favorite character Mia Arknights? What? In Arknights? I have no idea. No clue. Not at all. Not a single one. I apologize. Mia's Amia without ears. Oh. I should have expected as much. We already conducted a full-scale search in District 13. Came up empty. Someone managed to retrieve the black box at the very beginning. How's my day? My day has been alright. Went to physical therapy for my arm. Realized I need to do more work on my arm. Came back home, rested a bit, and then started streaming. Got Mumu and 2 pulls. And didn't bother rolling past that because that's all I wanted. And then I've started the story since then. Other than that, I haven't really done much. I will try 10 push-ups. But if my arm starts being in pain as soon as I start trying, I'm going to stop. I'm just gonna move some things around real quick. Because I don't have much room in my room. Nope. If you want me to do a different exercise, we can do that. But push-ups are not something my arm is capable of. I did literally 1 and then my arm was in pain. So if you want to choose a different one. Arm circles? I can do arm circles. Oh. So much grinding in my shoulders for that one. Oh, ow. That's fine. Oh. There you go. Honestly, I need to do those more often. Gotta work out my shoulders. Alright. Back to it. Someone managed to retrieve the black box at the very beginning. Any possibility it might have been destroyed, given an explosion of that scope. Kirsten has already been missing for 2 weeks. She may have already obtained the experimental data she wanted in the black box, but she still doesn't want us to find her. In other words, the so-called Horizon Arc project, propped up by the military itself, is completely out of the military's hands. The longer the delay, the more variables there will be. How are you doing, by the way? I know. I'm glad you came to join the stream. It's me. That's right, Jackson had no intention of taking things through with us. Me? Why would I have anything to hide? Go ask the agent sent to spy on Kirsten. Understood. I won't give an inch. I'll resolve the situation post-haste. Wait, what did you say? That's... Alright, I understand. You don't look so good, Colonel. You're right, Ferdinand. We can't let ourselves get bogged down any longer. The fact that Kirsten went AWOL while the military had eyes on her precisely shows that the project has progressed to a near feasible state. She might have defrauded her investors. We have our suspicions as well, but you seem pretty sure of it, Saria. Because I know her well enough. Oh. Since its establishment, Rhinelab has been committed to breakthrough research in civilian technology, and rarely intersects with the military. Kirsten herself has no interest in it. Furthermore, if the sky were part of her research plans, it would not be a means, but rather her ultimate objective. The rights? Precisely. We haven't been even explored everything these lands have to offer, and we only just begun measuring the heights of the skies. Why fly to such high places in vain? I still remember that comment in the newspaper made by the hovercraft expert Stevenson after the Wright's test flight crashed. It encapsulated his regret for the death of the genius scientist, but has been twisted out of context as accurate peer review. How ironic that it's become a weapon used against the Wrights. I'd like to hear more. Stevenson had a very good relationship with the Wrights, and even looked after Kirsten to some degree after their passing. Later, Kirsten was able to get on track in academia thanks to his recommendation. A substantial secret that even I'm not aware of. But the relationship between Stevenson and Kirsten is not a cozy one. She inherited her partner's obsession with the skies and does not expect others to understand. She arbors the sky, Tin Man. It can't be a coincidence that transmitter appeared at the scene of the accident. What exactly is the connection between transmitter and the explosion? Did the things used in the factory require transmitters? I recall no such relationships between chemicals and Rhinelab. Or perhaps the transmitter has something to do with the ring-shaped mechanical object that smashed through the factory building. Sorry, it's too far away. I can't hear what she's saying. Maybe I can try moving the drone a bit closer. Or not. An unidentified drone has been shot down. Oh no. Miss, show me your security clearance. Don't have one? District 13 is under temporary lockdown. I'm gonna have to ask you to come with me. I'm a worker at the Triton factory. I had the day off today, but I heard the factory exploded, so I came here to see what's going on. If you're a worker at the factory, then explain the drone. Don't say you have nothing to do with it. She's going to photograph the site. And who might you be? Mary Ann. Is it really you? Oh my god. Mary Ann. The last time I heard that name was 40 years. Talking about that press conference, right? It was right around the time your last movie came out. So you told the world you got hurt in a catastrophe while shooting the thing, and you retired to behind the scenes work. My dad goes nuts every time he talks about you. He's got your complete filmography collection. I've watched every movie 10 times over. I still remember the spy catchers. You caught the spy on the shore and leapt straight off that cruise ship. That was something. You just melt into every role you play. Today's mass-produced Rankwood stars would take a cue or two from you. Thanks. Unfortunately, the only role Marion plays these days is a negotiator of employee salaries. You're Director of Human Resources at Rhinelab. Yara Booker Wilson. This is my clearance. I have a house in District 13. This woman is indeed a Triton employee. Rhinelab and Triton Chemicals had a number of disagreements, just like the corporate struggles and the spy catcher. I know, this is Trimonts after all. A subsidiary factory suddenly went up in flames. If photos from the scene hit the tabloids, that would send Triton down in scandal. This is her housewarming gift for joining Ryan. That would indeed be a violation of military regulations. Fortunately, the drone's been shot down, so the photos won't leak. Now then, let's move on to discuss your job hopping. Sure. But let me add something first. Isn't it a little unreasonable to suddenly ask the locals to lock themselves inside and wait for updates before they can do anything? We're just following orders. Miss Marion, I want to trust you, so both of you, please leave. No exceptions. Your name's Silence, right? I remember you were helping Parvis bring me some black bean tea. Director Yara, does this have something to do with Rhinelab? That's why you snuck in here? There are some things I need to make sure of. This isn't exactly the best place for chit-chat. Head over here and wait for me. Where are we? Don't worry, it's my District 13 residence. What about you? I have company. An old friend has some business with me. I don't think I've ever heard you breathing. When you smoke, are you just letting it swirl around in your stomach? It's a habit. Just like what you used to do after finishing a mission. You'd record the event on a note before burning it on the spot. The young researcher back there. You always have a soft spot for the youth. Can't exactly ignore it, can I? An employee of my own company shows up in a military lockdown. It's be bad for business if she gets caught. It would be bad for business. I see you're just as attentive to detail as ever, regardless of what field you're in. You caught my eye a number of times over the years. From the intermediary investor of all of Trimounts to the head of Rhine HR. You've contributed pretty much your entire network to this tech company. In other words, without you, we wouldn't have Kirsten we know today. So is you being here right now also the fault of that reckless girl? Or do you have ideas of your own? One sec. It's already getting to the point where my throat's starting to dry. And yes, I have drank some water. I've already finished an entire bottle, to be frank. I guess yesterday I was just able to push through it. Or my throat just didn't wear out as fast yesterday. Don't know why. Very odd. Have you considered the possibility that I'm here because I brought a residence in District 13, and that I spent a few days here when I'm not too busy? I'm getting old, Tin Man. Age notwithstanding, when I came back to my senses, I realized that my health, my dreams, my friends, and my family had all been given to my country. In the end, nothing remained of Maylander's Morning Star. I don't even have any tapes on the movies I made when I was young, by which to remember my so-called youth. I wasn't trying to point the finger at you, Yara. But if you're hoping that I turn a blind eye to this, I'm afraid I can't help you. Maylander's only responsibility is to the country. I just wanted to tell you I have no regrets, so even now I won't do anything that would truly harm Columbia. Are you still mourning the death of the Wrights? As much as I'd like to deny it, the scene still haunts my dreams even now. Delivery. Come sign for it. Put it on the workstation. Hayek scans the space in front of her. A massive, hollow, underground, ring-shaped structure. In other words, a well. Originium lamps fastened to the well's walls provided only a basic lighting, making it difficult to determine the overall depth. Inlaid within grooves running along the walls are cables extending into the darkness. The person with who she was speaking earlier is now pacing back and forth, leaving her with a busy silhouette. She seems to be busy testing something. Even in such a deep area, her actions do not seem to cause much of an echo. Presumably, the surface structure incorporates some high-performance sound-absorbing material. The entire area seems to be as still and silent as lingering mist. Are you not afraid of the dark? Do you not get bored? We're several hundred meters underground, and those Boerish soldiers are patrolling just ahead of us. You've been here a number of months, right? Haven't gone up for a walk? Nasty. I'm busy, Kukulkan. I don't have much free time on my hands either. What I'm saying is, put the black box down and get lost. I'm taking a risk here to get this to you under the watchful eyes of the military and Maylander. That's a bit cold of you, wouldn't you agree? This is a deal between you and Control. It's got nothing to do with me. You didn't do anything with the black box after you got your hands on it, did you? No. Damn, ice cold. The data calculations are, well, not that complicated. She drives back into her own work, and the screen is once again engulfed with a large amount of data, like a tide flooding across the land. She focuses up more, leaving Hayek alone to do little else than stare at her back. That is when she noticed the devices around her waist. They appear as a lattice of dead branches, spliced together irregularly. But as she intermittently works at her station, they sway back and forth in a short, regular rhythm. As if sentient, they seem to be following her thoughts. Looks like you managed to find nourishment in the rootless branches. The trajectory data has deviated slightly from the previous calculation, but is still within the expected range. It appears the transmitter can indeed be used as an alternative navigation resource. That being the case, we need to speed things up. By the way, how did Kirsten get you, the head of engineering, to willingly coop yourself underground to do hard work for her? Also, I want to check something real quick. It has to do with my model. Yeah. I realized that she's squinting. There we go. I just had the calibration wrong is all. She doesn't answer. She enters a few commands, and as the screens in front of her go dark one by one, she turns and heads towards the door. Behind her, the underground space becomes dimmer and dimmer. Ready to touch some grass? Did something good happen? Surely you're not going to keep the good news from me. Be gone. She steps back upon hearing that one word. Her body instinctively carries out the order, as if executing a command. Cute curse you have there. Did any of the staff ever tell you you've got a bad temper? The icy cold air caresses her neck before dissipating like an illusion. The young banshee shivers slightly. A crack forms across the bone pen in her hand. Oh my, they don't quite make them like they used to, do they? I know you have an entire drawer filled with spares. But I've always been curious. If you broke all your bone pens, would you still be able to perform your little tricks? Go ahead and try me. I won't give the same command twice, Kukulkan. Fine, fine. Are all banshees as much of a stick in the mud as you? Don't pass up on the rare opportunity to get some fresh air. If you're afraid of the dark, I don't mind keeping you company part way. Before the banshee can speak again, she nimbly disappears behind the door. The darkness lingering with the air trembles violently for a spell. Then she finally lets go of her words. I need to check something real quick. Guess I'll do that at another time. I know what I want to do. I know what I need to do, so don't worry. I'll get it done. Ugh. I should go pick her up. At last, the muddled dream is about to settle.
Take a breather and tally up your losses. Nothing worth celebrating here. We might be dead in a second or two.
We'll be fine, Inez. Don't worry. Alright, this is the main. We are going to remove Lee for Mumu, just to work on her.
Sunlight's a little
Trust.
spicy. Just let me take 5.
I need to work on her trust. Also, I'm just gonna do this for no reason at all. But I want Inez up front. And we're putting normal Texas in the back. Because I don't use her in the
Sunlight's
team.
a little spicy. Just let me take 5.
but she's there to reduce DP cost. Start with 2 additional DP, and skills do more damage. Tactical delivery is the only reason. And that makes up for any non-potentials that I don't have. Like, I mean, if we wanted an example, that would make up for the lack of the plus 22 attack and the DP cost just for Kieran. Which I could do that, but I don't want to do that. And also improve second talent. What does second talent do? Skill is active for 10 seconds after skill in. Attack 15%. Further increase by 5% when the skill is active. Yeah, that would also improve that. But we're going in with this team. The stars have twinkled above Terra since ancient times. Just how many romantic myths and searching gazes do they hold? Astrologers spend their lives assigning symbols to constellations and celestial bodies to give them meaning, while shamans and druids try to interpret the trails left by every passing meteor. They are untouchable. Indeed, it is precisely because of this that the sky has become the true home of those who indulge in fantasy. As for this great land, looking up holds no meaning. The height of Terra's sky, and also the last record of the Wright's final flight. No one has questioned this limit. Nobody is angry, confused, or curious about it. People live on this pea wrapped so softly in its pod, and couldn't care any less. And thus came the shabby poem of an Ursine poet centuries ago. Starpod. A romantic name for the barrier. I've read through every paper related to the subject of barriers, those sloppy theories formulated by Victorian and Lothian scholars. Analysis on pressure and space, theory on density differentials between the barrier and the outside matter, old, outdated, and full of holes. Those Colombian academics announcing their pioneer spirit merely tinker with that garbage. Then you get the occasional novel theory put out by younger scholars in academic journals. But they spend way more energy getting tenure and research grants than looking at the sky. Oh, by the way, the test platform we launched the other day has already fallen back to the ground, due to the same old problems with the barrier. Sudden change in basic aerodynamics, massive disruption to the Originium zone, and the extremely rapid decay of any exogenous power. What about the results of the data analysis from the transmitter? The batches from the readjusted ones are solid. I've also already laid out all the energy cables and connected them to the port you mentioned previously. But Kirsten, you're well aware of just how much energy you'll need for this. The theory is sound, however, that won't be a problem. Alright. The test platform's crash landing has caused us some trouble, and the military is burning with anxiety over your disappearance. Kirsten, whatever this next step may be, death might be the most merciful outcome. I wouldn't even consider that a price to pay at all. Do you like stargazing? No. Staring at something out of reach just makes me feel empty. And yet sometimes the unreachable can become a signboard for you. You are indeed right on one thing. Death is only the most merciful outcome. Then I hope you don't die before giving me what you promised, Control. You should be more careful. Thank you. I will. Colonel, how am I supposed to take this order? Let me guess. The agent you sent to watch Kirsten has gone MIA, and you suppressed the news. Your superiors aren't worried about your agents being silenced by Kirsten, but rather they might have signed on with her and betrayed the country. And they're probably even wondering, have you betrayed the country too? It's no wonder you've been racing to find Kirsten. My last tour was in Bolivar. In the late 40s, the coalition government, backed by the DoD, was bumbling around the toddlers in its own jurisdiction, and our intervention policy for the Bolivarian Civil War was deemed a failure. The DoD's rep has fallen so low in the eyes of our people. The general even handed over control of the armed forces. The DoD needs ARC-1 to restore its image and regain trust of the people. And I also need it to prove myself worthy of plucking the general's medals out of the dust. So yeah, it is my last chance. But you can lay off the clownery for now, Ferdinand. Come on, Colonel. Who are you even trying to fool with all that? This isn't enough reason for DoD to go that far. And definitely not enough to stake your life on it. Hey, don't you always brag about being as smart as Kirsten? Why not use that clever scientist brain of yours and figure it out? It's not like you don't know a thing about Kirsten. Surely you ran a thorough check on her before handing the project over. The situation is pretty bad, but there's definitely a contingency plan at work. Your reactions have been abnormal anyway. If your people haven't gone crazy, then it only comes down to this. Kirsten isn't the actual reason. No, she's just a fuse. Ferdinand suddenly looks up at Blake, his eyes full of astonishment. He has come to a conclusion he can barely believe himself. You didn't meet the vice president to talk about Kirsten. What you wanted was a mood. That is a mood. I want to check something real quick. Alright. Actually, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. The Wrights were a pair of lunatics, squandering the nation's tax money on ridiculous notions like challenging the sky, and all they gave back to the country was a little lunatic by the name of Kirsten Wright. Ferdinand, I respect men of your caliber. Usually it's your type disrespecting the nation. Am I wrong? I can't imagine the meteor that fell from the sky having any motive beyond an attempt to provoke us. The most generous motives I can imagine is her selling the data to another country. She holds a weapon capable of seriously damaging a nomadic city, and the military handed it right to her. Or the worst, she actually wants to avenge her parents. She wants to point Arc 1 right at DC. She plans to destroy the Columbia that, in her eyes, treated her parents so unfairly. You've already seen enough to make people wonder if they were born in the wrong era. Hell, the scarier thing is, doesn't Jackson know about all this? Don't those Maylander agents know too? Guess how much he already knew about Kirsten, me, and you before he even walked into this room. But he still chose to put it off. I won't sugarcoat it. From the moment we lost Bolivar, the coalition government has spared no effort in suppressing the military. Our current state of affairs is, to them, an excellent weapon. It doesn't matter if Kirsten is exacting revenge or betrayal. What's important is that this is a scandal, and the losses brought on by it seems to be an acceptable cost to them. DOD. Do you want to be part of that cost, Ferdinand? Do I even get to choose? If you didn't figure it out just now, you might have. So you can, 1, use your connection with me and just wait until we've recovered Arc 1, when the military will coincidentally be hiring a new scientific advisor. Or 2, die here with me and be swept into a trash can of history together. Ferdinand stares at the soldier before him, confirming he has seen something in the man's eyes. Whether pure banter or a real crisis, silence has connected the two. I get it, Colonel. The Vice President has already broadcast live to every citizen that Columbia is about to enter a new era. But accidents are inevitable on the way to said era. I believe he'll dedicate everything he has to realize this for Columbia. So that's the situation over there near the Triton factory. The parts regarding Kirsten are just my own guesswork. Judging by the military's response, that seems to hold enough water. A super weapon that the government hopes to use to reassert power, or Kirsten herself having other plans. Tri-Mounts is indeed working on a secret mega project using energy at its core, with unimaginable destructive power, yet to be scientifically tested, and it's nearing completion. That's what I'm worried about as well. Saria, has there ever been a mass blackout in Tri-Mounts? Never. Tri-Mounts has separate power grids for residential and commercial use, and each of their power reserves alone is enough allow all the facilities in the entire city to operate normally for several months. Moreover, Tri-Mounts has a booming technology industry, with dozens of companies dedicated to developing new forms of energy, and nearby mobile industrial platforms regularly borrow energy from the city. Calcit looks out the window. The skyscraper in the distance, with its gigantic glass facade, frames a billow of clouds, its surface crystal clear, like a leaf full of dewdrops. Indeed, it is just a leaf. Her gaze expands, and the building quickly disappears into a nest of countless skyscrapers, exhibitions on science and technology intersped with expo halls, and other specialized buildings scattered around at random, like a bacterial colony in a forest. But as she raises her head, the vast sky dwarfs the city, and Tri-Mounts is only a leaf. No matter if it's a super weapon ordered by the military or an unknown object that Kirsten has other plans for, the amount of energy and precision required for the Horizon Arc project is beyond the scope of our imaginations. Energy consumption and navigation accuracy are issues they must solve. So you're implying. I don't know how the Colombian military has assessed the situation or how Kirsten has pulled the wool over their eyes. Even if she were able to solve the issue of precision, my judgment is that it cannot support energy concentration on such a scale, even if you use all the Trimon's energy reserves. Once you start such a huge project, it should drain Trimon's energy in an extremely short span of time, like stuffing a giant sponge into a glass of water. Even if Kirsten's talents and vision are far beyond the present, the current state of science and technology should not be able to realize such a concept. But she is by no means a simple mad scientist indulging in her delusions. Unless she has already solved the problem. What the heck are they talking about? Door's soundproofed. It's gotta be about the factory that went kaboom, right? Sorry you look kinda serious. Does this have something to do with Ryan? Doctor, is Silence in Trimon's too? Can we bring her here? Doctor, why are you frowning like that? Oh, I get it. You still blame Calcit for bringing Rosemontis and me here. We decided to come on our own. I've been here before. I can even be your tour guide. Rosemontis, you're looking at the letter again. Are you okay? He invited me to come back here. The feline girl that is holding that thin envelope in her hands. 5 minutes ago. Five minutes ago, she opened it and quietly read the letter again, before stuffing it back inside a minute ago. She lifts her head up to look at you. There doesn't seem to be any particular emotion in her eyes, but you notice something unmistakable nonetheless. She is trying to comfort herself, almost like she is trying to soothe out a small, wrinkled piece of paper under the school desk without attracting anyone's attention. You can feel that she is confused, maybe even in pain. I forgot again, Doctor. Can coming back here really help me remember what I forgot? What did I forget? I should have written have it written down. I'm sure I know. Slow down. If it hurts, we can go back to Rhodes Island. I think I should stay. Control your power. Don't force yourself to think, okay? I'm here. Me too. Do you have the data I need? We have little time to spare, but these should help. The Energy Section's project and construction plans and reports in the past 10 years. Energy Iridium Arts Section's experiment records. The Scientific Investigation Section's expedition reports and data archives. It's a lot thicker than I imagined. Their position within Rhinelab is rather unique. From the cooperative perspectives of cost, performance, and efficiency, their contributions to the company are that word. They shouldn't even be one of the Ryan's 10 sections. And even though it doesn't rival what the core laboratories like energy and structural get, the budget that Rhine Lab allocates to polar field research and surveying technology every year is no small amount. In fact, you could say they're throwing huge amounts of money at them. They collect and analyze seismic data from the Casimiran highlands surrounded by mountains in regular intervals, and have built close to 10 scientific research stations in the endless ice fields of Sami. They frequently travel to Colombia's Great Lakes, as well as the lowland deserts in the south for the investigations, and even seek to thoroughly explore the ruins of the abandoned cities in the bleached wasteland. And of course, now we got info on Sami. Just now. Or they talked more about it. Only a few know that the dust kicked up by pioneering young Colombia is much older than the sands of Sargon. These scientists have not been measuring the boundaries of this world in the spirit of exploration. Rather, they are looking for something. These last few pages are all about tri-mounts. Tri-mounts? Why would scientific investigation need to factor in the location of headquarters? Every project I've checked so far is an immediate sign-off from Rhine Control. Kirsten. And so, did this farce just happen to take place in Tri-Mounts? Or maybe it could only happen here? I would prefer to see some evidence rather than hear more of your roundabout explanations. I have some rough conjectures, but the clues are all a mess, and our present information is inadequate to serve as actual evidence. Let's take a short break. You should go and have another chat with Ifrit. Get down, Kaltsit. How is it? Does it fit? It's a new suit the Iridium Art Section developed. I made a few adjustments, and it should fit you okay now. And I'm sure you know how to test out the new drone equipment. Yes. Come here, let me help you put the contacts in. I knew it! I knew she put contacts in. People are wondering why the hell she no longer has glasses on. I knew it was because she was gonna have contacts. Like, it was going to be a no-duh situation, in my opinion. Also, she looks good without glasses. I'm just saying. She looks fine with glasses. I'm just saying. She looks good in her altar. Okay. That'll do it. Stand up and take a look around. There she is. Look at her. Great. You're like a completely different person. No kidding. How are the contacts? I'm not quite used to them yet. Most aren't. But it's nice to go without weight on my nose. Ah, she's smiling. I have to say, you look sharper without your glasses. Right? I'm sure your friends will be shocked as soon as they see you. Yes! I'd rather surprise them another way. Do that too. Such as? Say my personality. You seize the day and work toward that. Don't underestimate what a little makeover can accomplish. I'll try my best. Besides, the lockdown isn't going to end anytime soon. The soldiers stopped you once, and it won't be easy to get around now that they've seen you. Get a makeover and upgrade your equipment while you're at it. 2 files with 1 stone. Thank you. Doesn't look like anyone's been here the last couple days. You came to District 13 for a reason today. I actually bought this as a vacation home, but with how busy my workers have been lately, I haven't had much time for rest. HR director and all. I just located a transmitter from Site 359 near the scene. Are you here to recover it? What does transmitter have to do with the Triton factory explosion? No, Dorothy wouldn't need a low-level researcher like me if you were already on the case. Ferdinand is out of the picture, but maybe there are other sections who want transmitter for their experiments? I also saw Saria there. Just how many Rhinelab personnel are involved in this? You're asking too many questions in one go, Silence. And unfortunately, I can't answer them. You should be well aware of Rhinelab's organizational structure. The departments under General Affairs are only responsible for providing support to the scientific research sections. Iridium energy or whatever, human resource investigation has never interfered with any of their research projects. I've never been a researcher myself, after all. My mentor told me some stories about you in Control. Before joining Rhinelab, you were the most eccentric and yet the most successful investor in Triamounts. You never attended a single meeting, read a proposal, or listened to a project briefing, but the projects you endorse always miraculously succeeded. There's no need for you to be attached to a company. On the contrary, he said you might even become a tech pioneer to steer the course of the nation. But after Control had one meeting with you, you announced you were joining Rhinelab the very next day. The business world is always brimming with delicately packaged myths and legends. The outside world is full of speculation, but at my age, Kirsten didn't promise me anything. I only wanted to stay and watch her patch up a few regrets. Some her own and some mine. And well, that girl, I'm not sure where exactly she is now. You performed very well at Site 359. You cleaned up after Dorothy and followed the trail all the way here to recover the transmitter. Honestly, that's remarkable. But the Site 359 incident ends here, and whatever follows is already beyond the scope of both your responsibilities and abilities. You're done here. What if I disagree? Oh, let's not be rash now. I have no intention of getting in your way. I don't understand. You won't tell me the truth, so why are you helping me? Do you remember your first day at work? You're so reserved, but you still manage to talk nonstop for half an hour. I was only responsible for checking your background and qualifications, you know. While I handled that, Parvis has already scored with your employment exam with high numbers. Then why didn't you interrupt me? Because you're such an earnest woman, Silence. I have a lot of respect for serious scientists, same as Rhinelab. No matter how Kirsten and the go, no matter what Rhinelab may become, we'll always need young people like you to take over the reins someday. You are Rhine's future. As HR director, my job is to protect our employees as best I can, so I advise you to leave now. But if you have to see it all happen with your own eyes and make your preparations and choices, then I won't hold you back either. That's all. Then I'll earnestly inform you that I'm going to continue my investigation. Resmontes! The very moment the impact force reaches you, you instinctively take the feline girl's hand. Evidently, she mistakes it for you being agitated about something. She relaxes her tightly clenched fists, carries you in her arms, and starts running away. At the same time, the fiery Savre girl dashes in the other direction, her flames howling. Leave this to me. Rosemontes, you protect the doctor. I'll melt all these big metal things with my flames. You get him, Ifrit. Out of the way, Ifrit. Oh, Saria. Saria works too. A shadow steps in front of Ifrit. A thick wall of calcium crystals unfolds before her in an instant, blocking the power armor's onslaught. A burst of intense clashing fills the room, leaving a low, lingering hum in the air. Saria! We don't know what's going on. Let it go. Doctor, are you hurt? I'm fine. All the data are destroyed. A distraction and then immediate retreat. The enemy had a clear objective. There aren't many who know about this hideout. And there are even fewer who would stand against us. It was Rhinelab's mass-produced remote armors that carried out this attack. Is it someone from Rhinelab, then? It's not for certain. The military has already infiltrated Rhinelab, and decisively eliminating unknown factors in their plans is more their style. Anyway, you seem to be on the right track. There are people who wish for us to not go any deeper into this. Or perhaps we're going the wrong way and someone's trying to get us to continue our investigation. Both are possible. What is certain at the very least is that we have hit a critical point somewhere. And no matter who they are, the people behind this will pay the price. You're angry, Saria. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. If Kirsten has already solved her energy troubles and cut ties with the military, then we must hurry and find the energy core she's relying on. It shouldn't be too far from the shaft under military control. I already have a few conjectures based on my recent findings. I'll try to look for it, but I require more information. I need to head back to Rhine. I'll go with you, Saria. Don't be silly. I can't watch you right now. If you're here and can't leave Trimonts for the time being, you should spend this time with the doctor. Don't go anywhere. But the bad guys came to our doorstep looking for trouble. Besides, I helped the doctor. You should... No, you did great. Be extra careful when I'm not around. Take care of the doctor, and don't let yourself get hurt. There you go, Saria.
The way seems kind of rough. Careful, you don't want to trip. Earphone OK. 行動開始!
Picked out your bait yet?
In time, I'll find the right place for myself, too. What is it? You've gone astray.
Better say this sword has a terrifying past. Care to find out?
Shadows!
Simple and clear.
Do you see your own face in the mirror?
Better safe than sorry. Pass on your last words.
I obey my own heart.
Moving to designated location.
Speed. By your command. Simple and clear. This will keep you quiet.
Engaging. Is that all you got?
Hurry up.
Nice. Alright, after this bit of story, we'll probably stop there. Unfortunately. But my throat is dried up. I've already had a cough drop, and I've already drunk 1.5 bottles of water. You aren't talking. The room is quiet. I don't really want to talk. Are you bored? Not really. I'm just not used to it. Ifrit has been frowning from the moment they got back to their room, or more accurate, from the moment they left Saria. There are several intricate geometric shapes scattered on the table. It is a scale model of cities like Trimonts, given to guests by the hotel for free. Rosemontis and Ifrit sit on opposite corners of the sofa, chatting on and off sporadically. You look at the children, but do not interrupt. You want to try building Trimonts again. It's really tough. It took me so long last time. I've done it twice already. Oh, so fast? I remember. I wrote it down. There were a few really hard steps, and there are a few city blocks packed with buildings. They all look alike, but it's easy to get them mixed up. But I have it written down. Do you always write things down? Yep. I could forget them if I don't. What did you write down? Mind telling me? Doctor, Amiya, Calcit, Blaze, Beatty, and some people and things farther away. Aww. Ace, Scout. A long corridor. I got lost. My brothers aren't much older than me, but I can always count on them. They came to look for me in no time. They pat my head and tell me I have nothing to be afraid of. They have scars that look alike on the back of their heads too, like the marks I made to group flowers together last night. Brothers? You don't look so good. Relax. Don't think no more. Now I'm in a little better shape than you, but not by much. If only we could choose what we remember. I'll keep on remembering the noisy, buzzing machines, the room all painted white, layer after layer. It's like they built them like that to mess with me. Just thinking about it pisses me off. But I want to remember what Silence and Saria told me, and what they did too. So you're all silky because of what just happened. Because Saria. Maybe she's worried you get hurt? Calcit didn't let the doctor go with her to look for the Arc 1 either. It's my turn to be silent. Silence won't let me see Saria, and Saria won't let me follow her and help her out. Maybe they aren't worried I muck things up. Maybe they think they didn't protect me well enough before, or maybe they think I'm still a kid who only knows how to throw a fit. They have a point. But I super hate this feeling. I think I get it. You do? Yep. When I left Rhodes Island, Blaze and Weedy kept trying to talk me out of it. Blaze almost burned the letter. Ami and Calcit let me go in the end, but I could tell they didn't actually want me to come back to Columbia. They were really worried. Maybe just like Saria. Adults are all like that. but I want to remember the things that I've forgotten, even if I'll lose even more. I'm right to come back. It's the one thing I'm sure of. You have a better memory than I do. That must mean you know what you have to do more than I do. That's exactly what I mean. You and I, the two of us, came back to Columbia to try months of our own choosing, and we both have things we have to do. Phew, now I feel much better. Rosmontis, once this is all over, let's do some touring with the doctor. We'll go out and have a look around town. What do you think? The sky over Trimonts is usually pretty gloomy. It's really special that it's so clear. I could be your tour guide. Oh wait, you already built Trimonts twice. You know this place better than I do. Okay. Scott's it back? I'll go get the door. It's you. You're the Tin Man who ate 4 big-ass hot dogs in one go. Oh my god. Tin Man's visiting us. Finally made it out of District 13. I'll have to thank Director Yara for the new equipment. The drone's rotor is probably made of some high-performance optical material. Its camouflage ability has increased greatly, and its surveillance range has doubled. Now what next? This is my only clue. It doesn't matter where it leads me, as long as it brings me closer to the truth. The transmitter's response has been growing stronger ever since I approached District 9. If I remember correctly, the park right here should be closed due to some government planning issues. Irregular geometric shapes of silver float slowly in the air, accompanied by the buzz of the high-frequency hum. Is it another transmitter? But it seems to be slightly different from the one in her hand. And Silence could not make out what the specific differences were. An aged Cabernet in the middle of the room nods slightly, as if he heard someone call him. The transmitter draws a huge arc in the air as it lands on his shoulder. Long time no see, Silence. You look well. Silence pulls the excited transmitter back into her arms and slowly walks towards the other party. Professor. Made it all the way here from Site 359? You're so much braver than you were before. But I never thought the man I found would be you. I heard you helped Dorothy. Very good. Ferdinand is too hungry for success, and Dorothy is an extremely obstinate woman. Things might not have ended as they did without you. I know you have many questions you want to ask. But first, pass me that crystalline unit over there. Silence picks up the instrument next to her, walks over to Parvis, and puts it down where his fingers are pointing. Oh, before we continue this, sorry to pause it there, but there has been a new tweet. Let's pull up the tweet first. Hell yeah. So we finally got this information. Fajal. Think before you act, Administrator. It's hard to believe that the soft-spoken and polite Korlek Fjall was the legendary beast slayer from the Order of Steel Oath. But the former warrior has grown tired of endless carnage and battle. After resigning from the Order of Steel Oath, Korlek returned to the Civilization Band and took up the medical profession. After multiple disappointments, Korlek finally chose to work with Enfield. And this guy is supposed to be our defender. Or at least one defender that we've seen so far. Does look like he has a shield over there as well. Nothing on his... Oh. Maybe he's like a medical defender. Like Saria is. Very interesting design. I wonder what race he is. Because he could be a cat or he also could be a wolf. Doesn't exactly say. But he's from the Order of Steel Oath, which doesn't exactly narrow anything down. He might be a wolf based on just the tail. Yeah, he's not a cat. He's definitely either a wolf or a dog. I'm gonna guess wolf. I'm gonna guess wolf. So you defender, wolf. So this is the defender we didn't get to see. Looks like a medic too. Maybe kinda like Saria is in Arknights. Oh my god, he's hot. Yeah. Cool information. Good information. I don't know. Frosty went live too. Wonder what Frosty's playing. Frosty. Gotta refresh because I don't see them. Frosty, 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 what are you doing? Come on. Stream has to be going live right now. Okay, there's no way I'm not followed. Yeah, I'm followed to them. Oh, Elder Scrolls Online. Okay. Started 9 minutes ago, but I can't find them on my feed. Why is that? Frosty. Yeah, I really just... Oh. There they are. I just had to scroll down again, I guess. I don't know, it was weird. And... Alright. If she's still alive, we'll raid her at the end. But that was cool information to get about Enfield. So the question is, what's next? They've already dropped info on all 10 characters so far, because their website doesn't hold any other character slots. They only put 10 there. So unless they decided to put more in there, we're either going to get no information for a bit, or we're going to get more information tomorrow. And we're all hoping for more information tomorrow. Here's hoping. Now, let's finish up the story. Or this part of the story. She connects the unit to the operating terminal's port, and Parvis is already seated in front of the monitor without even glancing at her, as a slew of complex equations frantically calculate themselves on the display. Only when Silence stands up does she realize that he had given the order as naturally as she had executed it. I'm a busy man, but you've done very well to find me here, so I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Ah, my dinner's ready too. Are you all using transmitter? Indeed. What exactly is it being used for? The transmitter is extremely sensitive to micro vibrations. It can receive and encode nerve signals, and Dorothy hoped it would replace traditional arts units, becoming a brand new medium that would allow everyone connected to be completely equal individuals. And Ferdinand intends to use its superorganism characteristics to manufacture super equipment that can accurately deliver weapons across vast distances. So you know everything that happened at 359. Parvis does not answer. Silence carefully observes her professor's expression. It is not as if he is not trying to avoid it, or is bored by the question, but rather it is not even worth answering at all. So, if you knew about their research all along, then on whose side are you on? Dorothy's, Ferdinand's, or Control's? Or is it, as my colleagues in the break room once said, the director of structural is an old goat with a permanent smile on his face who always chooses whatever is most convenient for him? I'm not on any particular side, Silence. I help them because both Ferdinand and Dorothy are hard workers, useful of ideals and enthusiasm. The same goes for you. Whoever I don't support is due to their mediocre capacity as scientists, me included. We are unable to transcend this mediocre and feeble era. What about you? What do you intend to do with the transmitter? That's enough, Silence. It's that I'm unwilling to answer you. But this question exceeds your level of understanding. I have much to do and lack the luxury of time to tell you everything from the very beginning. Though you may stay, you are one of my best students, after all. Soon we shall have the most ideal environment for our experiment, one that meets all our material requirements and catalytic conditions. So now we must prepare ourselves for it. It will be the most disruptive experiment in history, and you will bear witness to the birth of true greatness. It is neither short-sighted nor feeble. It will transcend every limit there is and save us all from mediocre progress. This is the real and rightful promise of science itself. The pioneers at Site 359, the workers of the Triton factory, Professor, your research has hurt many innocent people. Will it harm even more? This is science, Silence. As scientists, we need only consider one thing and one thing alone, and that is how to accomplish it. That alone is more than enough to exhaust us. Parvis is speaking very calmly. More precisely, he even sounds a little distracted. The equation on the screen seems to have something to do with the transmitter. Parvis never turns to look at Silence. His eyes are fixated only on the equation. Silence can tell very clearly what it is that she's feeling right this moment. Anger. She clenches her fist. Oh, that's not the end? I'm sorry, but I need to go eat my dinner. I will be back. I am sorry. Sorry, we'll finish this. We'll finish this now. I promise. I see. No wonder I couldn't get in touch with Saria or Keltsit. Doctor, I can task you with this matter all the same. I heard about what happened from Keltsit. It's been a long time when last we met. Speaking of, are you afraid of me because of the way I look? You've been staring for a bit. Am I just making puns now? Are your organs made of tin too, or is there nothing in your belly? What happens if your skin rusts? Does that count as a skin disease? Do you get arthritis? Do you put WD-40 on your joints? What the fuck are these responses? I love them. Doing the second one. You've changed, Doctor. Back on topic, we don't have much time, and given your condition, there's not much catching up to do. The Maylander Foundation wishes for Rhodes Island to help us stop the military from assassinating the Vice President. Doctor, you don't seem surprised. We just got this piece of intel ourselves. Tomorrow, Jackson will visit Rhine Lab, and that's when Blake will make his move. No doubt Keltsit has already gone over the Horizon Arc project with you, so I won't touch on that. Rhodes Island should be on the same side as the Maylander Foundation in this. It's a promise that Keltsit made to me, and it's also the prerequisite for your entry into Trimounts. Assist the Maylander Foundation in stopping the military's absurd act of treason, and you can see this as an order, Doctor. You aren't here to find the Vice President. Find the Vice President's bodyguards, are you? You're still as calm and sharp as ever. That matches the impression I had of you. Right. The Maylander Foundation is already allocating our resources to ensure Vice President Jackson's safety, but that alone will not stop the military's plan. One of the events after the press conference includes a visit to Rhine Lab. His entire trip that day will be broadcast live. If his assassins and our agents come to blows before the public, it doesn't matter if the assassination itself is successful or not. Blake will still have a reason to declare martial law and take over Trimounts. Just like District 13 right now. Neither I nor Maylander likes it when the enemy has all their eggs in one basket. Because that's always an omen of the collapse to come. You don't want Keltsit's opinion? This is an official request that Maylander is making to Rhodes Island. You are the Doctor of Rhodes Island. If Keltsit continues to have her faith in you, I have no reason to doubt your abilities. Time's a-wasting, Doctor. I hope you will cooperate with us well. All three of these people seem great. Yeah, let's do... blah, 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 blah. Sorry. Doctor, let me and Rosemontes catch the hitmen who is after the Vice President. Keltsit's still looking for the entrance to that Arc 1 thing, and Saria's gone back to Rhine Lab for that data. Doctor, we have to get on this right now. Or are you still treating me like a kid, just like Saria and Silence? Doctor, you've brought me on so many successful missions now. In 2 more years, I'll get to apply to become an elite operator. Oh, Rosemont is already elite. Anyway, if you're gonna lock me in the hotel room... She really does deserve elite at this point. I'm just wondering what kind of mission I should assign you, Operator Ifrit. Hey, watch where you're going. You're gonna get hit by a car spacing out like that. Let me leave you with a little advice, Researcher Silence. You may think that helping Anthony is the right thing to do, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Oh, this is back... silly to think that Simon Coe was just the victim in their fight with Hydebro. They were fighting because they were hell-bent on bringing down the other side. It's just the old Smith didn't play the game as well as his opponent. Manfield break, that's the one. In other words, if Smith managed to make his move before Hydebro, it would have mean the Hydes hunkering down in Bunker Hill right now instead of his family. From that point of view, is Anthony really just a victim? But what do you think, Anthony? I can't deny it. But there are no ifs in the world. I know that. I'm telling you all this because I want you to understand something. If you want to do the right thing, you need to first be able to tell what's actually right. You also need to understand that doing the right thing doesn't necessarily mean you don't have a price to pay. It's not just energy and Iridium art. I can't tell you where this trail will lead and how many people it will end up dragging into the mess. But you will no doubt come to see a side of Rhinelab that you have never known. Be it the Diabolic Crisis or 359, you know that Rhinelab is nowhere near as wonderful as the recruitment videos make it to seem. Even then, it may still disgust you. If it comes down to it, you may use my permissions as the director of the Iridium Art section. If you use my permissions to do anything else, I will turn a blind eye to that too. Director Franks, I won't. But Silence, remember this. Your mission is to recover the batch of transmitters lost at 359 and nothing else. If you run into any obstacles too difficult to overcome, you're free to give up anytime you want. There are some things that, until you find your own answer, you have no power to fight. This is Silence. Science Silence. As scientists, we need only consider one thing and one thing alone, and that is how to accomplish it. That alone is more than enough to exhaust us. You're a lot more composed now, but your eyes are the same as back when during Hayden 1. Angry over that sick child, criticizing me over those minor issues during the procedures, and even blaming science itself. But as I have so often told you many times in the past, only science can change what needs to be changed. It can advance the entire age, but its process lies in the hands of a limited few. This is a natural paradox, Silence, and a paradox simply implies a cost. I have already given you the clues you have been wanting. But Silence, what can you do? You don't even know where to start your inquiries. After leaving Parva's lab, Silence spends the next half hour walking aimlessly along the streets of District 9. She had followed the transmitter all the way here, but what should she be doing now? What could she even do? Stop her own mentor? Find control and beg for the truth from her? He was right. How could she stop anyone if she doesn't know where to begin? She is angry, but anger itself holds no meaning whatsoever. Holy shit! Hey, you! Livery chick, out of the way! At a perfectly regular intersection in Trimon's District 9, a driver anxiously confirms the current time. He needs to get his destination within the next 10 minutes to block off a difficult client in time and allow the other party to sign the contract. But in the next second, he feels as if he is suddenly on a roller coaster ride, as if invisible slots have formed within the air. His car climbs, turns, accelerates, and turns into a cannonball. Oh shit. Water. Drops of water suddenly appear and chain the car's wheels to a halt, and the out-of-control vehicle seems to almost graze Silence as it slides past her, scorching the tarmac with a shrill sound. Hey, Mumu saves the day. Half the road is completely drenched, as if it has only just rained. Are you okay? Sorry, I have no idea what just happened. Silence. Trimont has a ton of cars on the road. You could get run over if you keep spacing out like that. Director Mumu? Just now. I'm just passing by. No need to thank me. By the way, when did you piss off that psycho? Knowing what she's capable of, she might have been more direct and messed with the air. Looks like it was just a prank she pulled while she was at it. What are you talking about? Never mind. Nothing that crazy woman does surprises me anymore. Huh? Silence? When did you change into this new uniform? The material looks great and it fits you perfectly. You look like a completely different person. I almost couldn't tell it was you. Right. Speaking of which, I didn't recognize Iffy either. She got new threads and she's so much taller now. Right? Ifrit? What is Ifrit doing in Tri-Mounts? Shoots with Rhodes Island's doctor. The doctor is here too? Huh? I thought you two were here together. Mumu's surprised expression is very vivid, to the point that Silence immediately realized what she is here for. There is no doubt that Mumu is doing this out of kindness. The games that the higher-ups are playing are too dangerous, and she's trying to get this lowly researcher to stay away from Ryan Lab while this is going on. Hayden 1 Laboratory, 359 Triton Factory. Parvis, Dorothy, Yara, Mumu. She has stumbled her way to this point. How many obstacles will she have to face? All of a sudden, Silence is struck with a sense of helplessness that she has never felt before. Where are Ifrit and the doctor? I was only gonna have you make some trouble for Blake. Never did I expect you to follow the trail of the old goat. The elf saved you, but where will she take you now? Oh well, just a little birdie. No need to worry about her. Still don't like you. Become more likable
Someday in the future,
for me.
I'll have as clear a direction as you do.
Yep. And currently, my throat is parched. And that is when the tutorial starts. Of course it is. Something tells me if I hit the start button, there's going to be a story that pops up, so I'm not going to hit it. $178 to spend on here. This is probably one of the events that I'm actually going to get all of these tokens for. Yep. I need more colloid. More salt aglo. What else do I need? Wait, she's a supporter, right? That's right, she's not a medic. I need supporter stuff for her. Shit.
Ascalon forced me to take this bodyguard gig. Pick your job off the ground, Doctor. You'll be seeing a lot more of me for a while.
Do I have the supporter stuff required for silence? I'm gonna need more of these. But I can probably craft into those. I hope. Let's just check real quick. No. I cannot make supporter chips, so I need, I think, 2 more?
Ascalon forced me to take this bodyguard gig. Pick your job off the ground, Doctor. You'll be seeing a lot more of me for a while.
Yeah, I might as well just grab all of them. There we go. Now I definitely have enough. Yeah, fuck it. There we go. And that is going to be all for today. Maybe tomorrow we'll do some more, but for now, that will be all. And I hope to see you guys next time. We're gonna go raid my sibling, Frosty Foxy. So stay tuned.